Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, March the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses that let me know you guys can thank you, Pepe, in our YouTube room, and Starkey Stocks in the main room. All right, guys, we're good to go. Now, I may be interrupted very soon. I'll try to get back in time for the open, but I may be interrupted very soon. So let's take a look at what's happening right now. We have Feed, F-E-E-D, Feed on top. Let's see what their expands presence within a major Michigan health system and grows U.S. hospital footprint to 39. So that's your news for Feed. Low float, 1 million in the float. Look at the volume, 28 million already. Give me one moment. So Anna from a couple of days ago had a huge day, bit of a inside day yesterday, and now we look like I don't see any specific news on it for today. To be honest, I can't remember what the news was for 2 days ago. But anyway, there's Anna above yesterday's high. The close of 2 days ago was around 706. I'm going to put a price towards there, see if it takes it out. Another low float, 3.5 million in the float. Give me one moment. Ugrow. So this is a big continuation play from yesterday. Ugrow closed here at around $6, 31% now. Probably more importantly, look at this. Through the 200-day moving average, that is UGRO. That is Ugrow. Next high looking left. Does it have some room? It has a little bit of room, actually. Like 891, 893 is the next high in the daily chart. So has a little bit of room. Thank you, William, for the KPTI. Didn't really, I saw it, but I'm looking for ones that are, take a look at KPTI though. Initial reaction to their, initial reaction for their release of their, well, first of all, they're doing a financing, like at 370, 675, it's way below, or 678, it's way below the financing price. So initially it popped when they disclosed the data from their trial of blood cancer treatment. Initially it popped up, all the way up here, almost up to $9, and then basically cut in half. Thank you. I saw this one, William. Yeah, so the CNXC, this is an earnings play. And yeah, there's the low right there. The low of that day is 29.35. So it's below that low, below all this. All I had to do was look down here. We are talking about an all-time low right now for CNXC. Okay, CNXC all-time low on earnings. So what do we do? Computer system design services. Well, a pretty brief description of what they do. Engages in the provision of customer experience solutions and technology. That's it. Company founded in 1973. That's it. Oh, well, they're certainly not long-winded. It's an all-time low, though, William. My goodness, it's an all-time low. CNXC. So a beat, miss, in line. Okay. And SPY. Well, here's our SPY today, guys. So there is your VWAP, that purple line on the my chart. That's the VWAP. Underneath the VWAP right now, pop, drop, pop, drop. Just a minute, please. All right, guys. So I'm going to be gone for, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes or so. Okay. I'll try to be back by about 9:15. So I'm just going to put myself on mute. Just let you guys know that. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, so I see that Anna, what did Anna do? I got to the close. Okay, that's what I was looking at. Got to the close of a couple of days ago. So that is Anna. John, if you can hear me, you probably just have to do a refresh, okay? Everything is the same. I'm not, unless a lot of people are saying the same thing, and nothing's happening any differently on my end. So you might have to just do a refresh, okay? Reload the page. All right, so let's take a look now that while the market, yeah, it finished higher. I didn't remember it dropped quite a bit from the highs of the pre-market. So I think the SPY was up around 14. It ended up cut in half to about 6.8. Anyway, let's take a look at some of the sectors now. I know energy probably is, yeah. So look what it did. I mean, it barely budged, barely moved. XLE, retail underneath. Just looking, how close are these to the 200-day moving average? So there's healthcare, guys. So even though the market ripped yesterday, look at healthcare closed underneath the 200-day moving average. Communications underneath the 200-day moving average. Wow, it's okay. Well, you know what? Where is the SPY? Well, I know the SPY is underneath, but how much? Yeah, there's really no. The only other one I look at are the semis, the SMH. Yeah, I mean the semis are still pretty strong. So okay, Bend is on our YouTube room. When I pull the news, it opens a web page. Yours is different. Is there a study? Are you talking about when I do something like this? This feed here? This is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. If that's what you're talking about. Okay, yeah. So if this is what you're talking about, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? It has nothing to do with trade ideas. The news feed we've got, it's okay for taking a look at perhaps previous days, but current day, I just use Interactive Brokers. So when you say you'll explore and find, do you use Interactive Brokers? Then this, do you use Interactive Brokers? Pretty simple. Just do a file, and search on news, and you'll be able to customize it. E-Trade can help you there. You must have something. You must have some kind of a news feed. So every time I say that, people tell me that E-Trade does not have a great news feed. Piper, I didn't even see that one. Piper, PIPR, Piper, Piper Sandler Company. I didn't even know they had a. Oh man, you know what? This has got to be some kind of a dividend or this can't be. Yeah, I have no explanation for this one. So there's a U grow. So yeah, so the big deal with this one, of course, is that it's through the 200-day moving average right now as we speak, and there's a little bit of room. I think I said to about approximately $9, hanging around the VWAP. Okay, ELAB, what are they doing? Trading higher after the company announced that its subsidiary, SVM Machining, has completed international traffic and arms regulation, registration, et cetera, et cetera. All right, so there's ELAB. So there was some news for ELAB that's topping this. Very, very low float, 540,000 in the float. 14 million have traded already. Ah, 4-to-1 split. Thank you. It's a forward split. Okay. That makes sense, Mike. So PIPR did a 4-to-1 forward split, not a reverse split. So what did ELAB do? It got up to $6 and then right back at. I mean, it's all over the place. I mean, I just hard to look at these, and they pop up and then they get cut in half within 10 minutes. Well, typically when a company does a forward split, like a Piper, PIPR, what they're trying to do is make their shares more affordable to the masses. Here's a $300 stock. Now it's 2075. Now, what happens is the number of shares outstanding increases by that percentage. So 4-to-1. So the price gets cut by a quarter, and or it's 25% of the current price, but also the number of shares outstanding increases by 4. So the market cap always remains the same, but typically a company does a reverse forward split in order to make their shares more affordable. Think Tesla, think Nvidia, think some of those big stocks when they were trading at over $1,000. Whereas a reverse split is some company is desperate to try to maintain a Nasdaq listing and they're way under $1. And so Nasdaq, one of the requirements is to have the stock over $1. I mean, it's real simple. So what they do is they say the stock was at 10 cents. So they might do like a 20-to-1 reverse split to get the stock to $2. And then they're reducing the number of shares um, by that factor of 20. So the market cap always remains the same when you multiply the new stock price by the number of shares outstanding. That market cap's always going to be the same. In a moment. All right, guys, what time is it now? 9:23. So we've got about 7 minutes for the 9:30 open. So what I'm going to do now is get my 9:30 layout up and running. First thing to do, as always, I'm going to save my layout. No, yesterday my scanners were too active. I don't know what's going to happen today. This is not well. The market did not start off up 12 points. So But we'll see what happens today. All right, guys, let's take a look at this now. These are the top six. Previously, I'd have the top 15 in terms of a percentage move from yesterday's close. So somebody was posting some news about Robin Energies. Yeah, so RBNE, so a little jump here. Self tender offer to buy back 1 million shares at $3 a share. Sure, sure. Okay, sure you will. Maybe you will. So Peter, my homepage. I go over all this in a lot more detail about 10 o'clock, but here's how you find it. Okay, go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit until you see the scan section. Okay, right there. And here it is, movers upside versus downside. Okay, right here. So let's take a look. Did I miss anything? I don't think I talked about AIB. AIB, blockchain digital infrastructure. What is Bitcoin doing right now? Bitcoin is basically flat, a little over 70,000. Basically flat. Holding the VWAP, AIB is holding the VWAP. Let's see if there's any specific news on this one. Don't see any. What's the float on this RBNE? The float is 6.7 million at a Cyprus. Yeah, that's right. Cyprus. Interesting flag. So as you can see, this upside versus downside does work in the free market. And speaking of the pre-market, so there's our SPY, guys. So there's that VWAP, that purple line. Market is drifting down. You got it, Monica. Yeah, a minute to the open now, guys. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. See what happens today. I don't trade typically in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Buy flag right there on RBNE. Now, this race will maybe be interesting again because if the market's down, remember these are large cap gainers, okay? Near the high of the day. So running counter to what the market is doing if the market continues down. And we are now open. Let's see if I have anything in here yet. Okay, we have China EV player, LI. We have WT, Wisdom Tree. And Anna, so there's a daily trend reversal. Down yesterday, up today. Let's take a look at our sectors, guys, quickly. So as nobody's surprised here, XLE is the top one, not ripping or anything, but it is the top one, and the oil services sector. Worst one, NLR. Wow, NLR down 1.7%. This is the ETF for uranium and nukes. For silver, doing nothing really yet. So here are some of our major sectors. What's happening at the open? We have a halt. We have a halt for lichen, lichen. They're merging. I thought is that yeah, as Estee Lauder, right? Yeah, they're going to be merging, aren't they? They're looking to merge with a Spanish of Puig. Yeah, potential merger between Estee Lauder and the Spanish perfume maker called Puig. Well, there's rippage for Anna. Almost at that high of 2 days ago. This is not shortable for me, Interactive brokers. How can we not look at KPTI? I think it's Superman tonight. KPTI, though, having a bit of a bounce, Actually, pretty good bounce from 6 up to 650. Well, you know what? If energy is strong, almost this one, APA, almost seems to be the leader. Always see this near the top. All right, so CNXC is continuing to drop here underneath the VWAP. This is an earnings play. Excuse me, an earnings play. All-time low. All-time low. You think trading is easy? Look at Anna now, guys. I mean, Anna got up to almost 775 and pulled all the way back down to 7, just like that. I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. Wow. Oh my goodness. AXTI, what a monster, guys. I mean, I'm not talking today. I'm just talking about what a monster. All-time high. Just been surging. Hasn't really cared that much about what the market has been doing overall. Just feel sorry for Chris Varley because I know he had some way down here and got made about $5 on it, I think, and then he has to look at this. Wow. But I remember this day. No, it was this week right here. It looked like okay, maybe it's over for a while. 37 got down to 32. Not even close. Design, development, and manufacture and distribution of compound and single. Oh, this is the substrates, right? Substrate. Moderna, mRNA on the move here, guys. Moderna on the move. But looking left, looks like there's areas of resistance that I would have to get through. I'll bet you probably the same for interactive brokers, maybe. And I don't know. Anybody tried to buy who has interactive brokers feed or ELAB? More and more stocks are being like that. All right, silver is starting to fade here, guys. Silver is starting to fade. SLV underneath the VWAP, okay, starting to fade. And right back up. The high right there is 784, and it got to 789, right at that high again. We're going to keep going if it wants to. On a weekly chart can't see too much, but on the monthly chart at 762, on the monthly chart 1040. And I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that is the next high for Hannah on a monthly chart anyway. There could be some days in here, of course, that are closer to the current price, but drone play guys, the RCAT, super active stock, of course. Ooh, I lost sight of the CNXC. Look at this now. Look at it going now down. Shoot. Well, let's see. I mean, there's no support for it chart wise. It's an all time low. Oh, man. I can't believe I missed out on the CNXC. Lots of shares, too. 1 million shares available to short and interactive brokers. So tons of shares available, probably with most brokers. Well, take a look at Dow now, just over the whole number, 3704, over the whole number. That's wow, got a lot of room. 38.32. It has over a dollar to the next high. Only been around since 1897. Okay, guys, the SPY is starting to pick up a little more steam on the downside. We tried to get through the VWAP. You can see what happened. Got into the VWAP a couple of times, but the VWAP is acting as resistance so far. I'll put a price alert down here at that 650 mark. This is a crazy one, of course, guys. VCX. I didn't even bother bringing it up, but here's VCX. $28 a few days ago, 261 today. Spread was about $10 the last time I looked. All right, now daily trend reversals. Warby. Yeah, there's a SPY taking out the low now. Look out below. Look at the spread on Warby. I was all set to take this 68.91. Stupid. Well, it's stupid, but that's just the way it is. So I'm not going to take that short. Looking for definitely looking for reversals on the downside today. I guess there's no deal, right? I mean, okay, guys. Robin Energy, sorry, RBNA. Where could it go? See, to me, I don't know. It doesn't have a ton of room. I mean, there's 173 or so. We're at 150 now. I mean, look, if you took it now and it got up to 173, sure. Well, it had some news, Peter. I did have some news this morning. I'm trying to figure that out. Launches a tender offer to buy up to 1 million shares at $3 each when the stock is at 152. Sure. Oh, missed this one. Shoot, this is another. Had shares too. 500,000 shares almost at Interactive Brokers. IBRX, there is a reversal. So Warby, I mean, the spread is tightening a little bit. It's only 20 cents now. Where could it go on a daily chart? 22. Yeah. With that spread, it only has 60 cents of that next low. You have a 20-cent spread to contend with. Don't have the feeling for it to take it. Oh, did it really also? Okay, thank you, William. On the IBRX, receives FDA warning letter on its Anktiva promotion. Okay. Oh, this is going to drive me crazy, guys. CNXC, this was the one. Great short, all-time low, markets down. All right, let's take a look at slide here. SLDE. The reason being, it's right at the whole number. Where could it go? Well, it's got a little bit of room, 1850 or so, a little bit of room for slide. Don't like the spread, 1795. I mean, it's not terrible, but I'm not in love with it. Okay, here's an energy play, PTEN. Well, on a monthly chart, where's the next high? 1170 on a monthly chart. Okay, so there is room on a monthly chart for PTEN, seemingly in the right sector, energy sector today. There's energy at the top and oil fields or oil services, sorry, oil services. So the two energy ETFs at the top here. Micron, boy, Micron. If it's under 300 or 400, not shortable for me. KPTI, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. This is a gap down and go. And it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, unfortunately. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm trying to figure out. I had a sound alert, and I'm trying to figure out where it came from. I think I know. Yeah. Okay. All right. This is a gap up and reversal potential play, guys. The net gear. Is it an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. Do they have any? Okay, so they had some news. Shares jump on FCC foreign made. All right, the router ban. Yeah, foreign made router bans. The FCC is maybe going to impose. Well, I guess that's going to help the domestic manufacturers of routers, which is obviously Netgear. I guess Netgear is one of them. A lot of room, obviously. I mean, the low yesterday, 21.20. I mean, a lot of room. Oh boy, CNXC. Well, I guess you know what? I better start looking maybe for a bounce zone for CNXC. This is just getting destroyed though. All right, Anna, back over $8. All right, guys. Well, nibbled. Ah, so VCX now halted on a volatility halt on the way up. Oh my gosh, crazy. So I'm trying to figure all this out. Erebor Bank lands VCX funding to grow its tech lending platform. Okay. So it's basically, yeah. So the Fundrise Innovation Fund invests in this Erebor Bank, wherever they are. Oh, the bank aims to fill the gap in the market left by the collapse. You know, it seems like that was a lot longer ago. The Silicon Valley Bank in 2023. Like that was a lot longer ago, way longer ago. All right, how about this one, this V wave? Though I'm very hesitant to take any bounces or trend reversals on the way up today, just because of the market. Not that these some of these stocks don't care, of course. Like Anna doesn't care at all what the market's doing. Next high looking left for a V wave is 741, so there is room. We're a lot of halts resumes already, guys. This one from yesterday. I remember this one yesterday. Yeah, the RDGT being halted many times now on the way down. And halted many times on the way up yesterday. Many times now on the way down. Well, I'm wrong. It's only the first halt. Sorry, it was only the first halt. Probably of many. Just a minute, please. I think somebody was talking about the CVV, guys. CVV, low float, 596, 612 times normal. It is trading right now up to this time of day. All right, guys, I think I like this one. Comstock Resources is in the right sector. A little bit extended. It's over the whole number, though. Over the whole number. Wow. Well, not going to get it where I wanted it. The CRK, I'm trying to get it at 2212 or 2214. I don't want to chase it right now. Okay, guys. Well, listen, it's 9:59. I think I'll go over my homepage right now, show you all the information you can find, including the scans, places, etc., that I am currently sharing. All right. Well, as always, at the very top, here is a promo code you can use. You want to get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Doesn't matter which plan you choose, our standard or our premium. Promo code works on all the plans. Okay. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate two rooms, a YouTube room and the main room, as I call it, the trading room right here. So if you're sitting and the company tracks the use of promo codes, so the more they see my code being used, they don't mind keeping these rooms free. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now wondering, well, I didn't know there was another room, there is another room. It's called the trading room. It's free. A lot more action in the room. Okay, more traders, more interaction amongst traders. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does it. Thank you, Obi. I don't. I live in Vancouver. Too early for me, so Obi does it. I get on the mic at 9 for both rooms. And then I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30, always staying later for questions. But if I do take off between 2 and 2:30, most of the time in this room, the trading room, William will keep it open after I leave. Don't know what time today. Many times it seems to be around 3:45. So on a big day, most of the time, this room right here is open from 6:45 to 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do, if you click on my homepage link, click on the education section, click on the more info, 12 short videos, getting started with Trade Ideas. Okay. First thing you must do, this is mandatory. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, start off on that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. You can always try us for a month. You know, these monthly subscriptions are just month to month. You can cancel at any time. Okay? Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 videos, all free if you are new to trading. Back to my homepage. One other thing before you look at my scans, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can, excuse me, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for it, and it's free, you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it before you contact us, please check your spam folder first, or if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could be there. Last, my scans. So again, you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, here they are. So this is what I'm sharing right now. So this is the large cap, biggest gainer from the start of the race, large cap. So on a day when the market's down, this can be pretty interesting. These are stocks that are large cap stocks, and they're near the high of the day. Upside versus downside movers is over here. It's a compare count window, what we call a compare count window. All you're seeing here, if it's in green, it's made a new high of the day. If it's in red, it's made a new low of the day. Just a different way of presenting our data. I have another race that I don't have up and running, but you can take a look at it. It's a more volatile race. Notice in this race, rarely do we get, well, it's not often that we get stocks that have moved 1% during from the beginning of the race. But in this other race, you can get stocks moving 5, 10, 15%. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. The halts resumes. So my other monitor is over here. I have some other scans that I'm currently sharing. I have a momentum scan. I have a protected combo scan. The up down 25 cents on big volume. Okay. I do have this one open. I have this one open, the gap continuation or reversal scan. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're both support rooms. You can ask me questions all day long. I will do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting type question, I will not be able to answer, but I can direct you to people who can. Is there a way to do a stock market race with the stocks that you have positions in Brokers Plus? Yeah, you can you can take those symbols, create a symbol list, and then you know how to do you know how to create a race? Talking to Ben in our YouTube room. You just take those symbols. But how many symbols do you have in Brokers Plus? I mean, you know, you should have if you only have 4 or 5 symbols, I mean, it would be sort of pointless. But how many symbols do you have in Brokers Plus? mean, you could do a race on 10. I mean, up to you, of course. Yeah, so you would take those symbols. You could either, I can't remember in broker especially if you can actually go down the row and copy the entire row. Otherwise, you just take the symbols, type them in to a symbol list. You know how to make a symbol list, a watch list. And then you attach it to your top list window, and then you run the race, launch the race from that top list window. So to answer your question, you can do it. If you've ever created a symbol list before, then it's pretty simple. Remember, all races start from a top list window. So if I open this top list window, these are the stocks that are currently in this top list. Notice what happens if I take a top list window and I right click on it, launch the real-time stock race. Okay, so you create your own top list window with this is what I've got in here. This is why there's not as many symbols. So I'm looking for stocks between $10 and $70. The volume has to be at least 200,000 shares, up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Stock has to be at least at 95. What does that 95 mean in the position and days range? It has to be near the high of the day. If that were 100 in that min, that would be a stock right at the high of the day. Okay, and then I got a float of 50 million minimum and a market cap of 500 million minimum. So that's why there's not as many stocks in this list. So then if you created your symbol list, with those stocks, and you make sure it has to be over in this. Assuming you created the symbol list, you find it, left click on it, moves over into this column. And then you would say only the following list and you would check it. Then it gets attached to your top list window. I mean, 10 is pretty light to run a race, but it's up to you. And then you attach it to your top list window and then you launch the race on it. This is an earnings play, I think, SFD. Yeah, I saw this in the pre-market. Didn't have that much volume. SFD, the next high looking left, fairly close. 25.44. We're at 25.15 now. Oh boy, I missed this one. So I got to go over this, the RBNE. So if you have our AI guys, and you'll know you have our AI if you took out a premium subscription. Look at the re-entry. So it hit the stop, but the re-entry was at 148, and this is a beautiful one now. Shoot. It's the only alert today in our AI. So if you have our AI, this is all I would do is watch this, okay? This is the only screen, in my opinion, that you should be watching. And notice we have a re-entry right there, 148. So, basically a little over an 18% move from that re-entry. If you don't know what I'm talking about, let me know. I can go over it in a lot more detail. No, Florin, the AI cannot be programmed But you know what? You don't get there's not. I mean, today's there's usually going to be more than one alert. But if you don't like the, I mean, yesterday I think there might have been how many were yesterday? Well, the bottom line is, you might get five or six or seven, in. So if you don't like it, you don't like the range, and just don't click on it. It's not like you're going to get 100 stocks in here and you have to sift through just to find a large cap stock. Okay. Okay, Peter. So the AI does not know what stocks are going to appear on any given day. Okay, that's the whole thing. But if you don't like a low float stock or a small cap stock, and you just don't click on it, and you don't want to trade it. So Peter, okay, this is all I would do. Okay, so if you click on New from the toolbar, now first of all, is this the window? Is this how you're monitoring the AI? You have a window like this, or are you going into the AI channel, which I think is just way too much information overload? Peter, when you say it just popped on your window, the AI signal, well, how you trade it is up to you. Okay, there's no auto trading it, so how you trade it is going to be up to you. If that is your question, there is a stop. Okay, there's always a stop. There's no target or anything like that. Well, there's no auto trading it, Peter. So when you get an alert, you have to figure out, do you want to trade it or not? Okay, if that's what you mean, you have to have some trading experience. So you click on, that's what I do. I mean, I click on the symbol. If I like what I see in the chart, I have to have some trading experience. Like with everything within Trade Ideas, fabulous program. All Trade Ideas for a reason, though. It generates ideas. Just like the AI is generating an idea. Not all ideas are things you might want to trade, though. So I'm not sure I understand when you say that is my question. How do you trade it with AI? I mean, call this AI, our AI, Holly. Okay, so here's an alert. So you look at that SLND, you click on it. If you like what you see, which I don't because I'm looking left, well, when you say you don't know how they work, okay, so do you have our premium service? You have access to our AI. I guess that's my question. You have access to the AI. You have our premium service. Okay. Well, when you say, so I still don't quite understand. So if you wanted to take this one, you saw this one right there, 127. If you look at the chart, your daily chart, your weekly chart, see, do you like it? Do you like it? You take the trade. Okay. And the AI is not going to, just because you get an alert in here doesn't mean you absolutely take the trade. It's an idea. Okay. Some ideas are, sometimes they set up better later on. For instance, this one, I mean, not that that was a massive difference, but the reentry. This was the original alert price for RBNE. Got stopped out at 145. There was a reentry was at 148, halfway between the 150 and 145. That automatically is generated. Anytime a stock hits the stop at any time during the day and then gets halfway between the original alert price and that stop price, you will have a reentry. Okay. Now, again, how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. There's nothing, if you're thinking that, well, if I get an alert from the AI, I just automatically have to take the trade. Well, yeah, the stop is. Well, when you say the AI, this is the, we're calling this the AI, Peter. Okay, this is sort of the AI. There's a stop. Okay, there's a stop price right there. Always a stop. There's no target, but there's always a stop. Do you get the AI in the Powder Elite bundle? See, it drives me crazy. But let me just see. I just don't agree with the company putting these cutesy names for things. I call it standard and premium. Okay, but let me. Yeah, there's no auto trading of the AI. Okay, when you get an alert, it's up to you to decide whether or not you want to take the trade. Okay. Okay, what are these things called? So the blue bundle. Okay, so the Powder Elite. Yes, the Powder Elite is the premium service. Yes. Okay, Powder Elite is the premium service. All right, guys, this is a gap down and reversal play. BIAF now is a back down, a gap down and reversal play now. It's a huge day yesterday. Now look what it's doing. It's right at the 200-day moving average. Yeah, even that, Mose, when you say it just tells you where to buy and sell. I I wish I've asked, the company won't listen to me. You see, that entry price, it doesn't mean you have to take the trade there. Okay. Any one of this is a suggestion. I would rather it say alert price. Okay. I think people get it because people get hung up on this and say, well, I here's the entry price. When I click on it and I look at the chart, maybe I want to take the trade. Now it's at, it's at 1438 now. But maybe when you do your analysis and you want to take the trade, it's at 1430. People think, oh man, it's moved 2 cents. I can't take the trade. Okay, it's you don't like this. I'd rather call this an alert price rather than the entry. It's semantics, perhaps, but I think people get hung up on the fact that when they see entry, if they miss the so-called entry, then they're not going to take the trade. They think it's over. And I look at feed. I see feed. I think I have that one thumbnailed. Yeah. So feed is hanging around the 2 mark, but it's underneath the VWAP. So I mean, it's weak. Right now it's weak. I mean, it's underneath the VWAP. So I mean, if you follow, if you look at the VWAP as a potential area of support or resistance, so it's underneath. That could block it from moving higher. Paul, you're going to have to learn how to spell. It is not ergo. It's euro. This has been actually the gap continuation or reversal scan has been pretty good today. I just haven't followed it closely enough. Well, I mean, if it's going to break through the VWAP again, it's not just a matter of it breaking. Okay, I mean, look, it's trying to, and if you want, obviously it's a super active stock. I mean, 62 million shares are traded, only a million in the float, so it's going to be super volatile. No matter, there's not going to be any what I would call easy way to trade this, uh, because it's still, only a million in the float, so it's going to be very volatile. Um, but there's the VWAP 207. Just like I would not take this just because it broke it. Okay, I would watch the ideal situation for me would be okay, get a little bit above it, maybe base, maybe even come down below it again, and then maybe break it the second time. But even then, it doesn't mean it's absolutely going to work for you. But it's just not a matter of breaking. Also, we'd like to see some volume come in. I mean, there's always volume. Okay, I get it. There's always volume, but a volume bar that's kind of standing out. When you look left and you see a bar that's standing out. So what I would do instead of staring at it, I would put a price alert maybe a little bit above the VWAP, first of all, to see if it gets there. And then after that, you can sort of check, well, how is it? Did it come right back down to the VWAP again? Or, did it in fact start to move? In that case, as long as it didn't move in a crazy fashion, like go up 50 cents on you, maybe you take the trade and put your stop just under the VWAP and see if it works. All right, guys. So just to let you know, kind of what's going on. I may be. I don't know how distracted I'm going to be here because. So what happened is our dog dislocated her hip about a week and a half ago. She dislocated her other hip about 2 years ago. It was very. It was a tough recovery, but she did recover. The main problem is feeding her and taking her out, to the bathroom and all this, and so it's a challenge. You got to keep her hydrated. You got to make sure she eats, and she's an older dog. She's 16 years old. So that has been my distraction. When you hear me say I have to take off, can't leave her alone really. So just so you know, if I take off for a bit of time, that is the reason. So the BIAF, I would really watch this one to see how well this holds the VWAP. Yeah, and she was in great health before she had her accident. Anyway, that's you hear me say I gotta go, and I know sometimes but it's this is going to be for a while. So keep an eye on the BIAF guys. I mean, 2 years, 2 minute chart. There is the VWAP. Let's see if it holds it, comes into it, holds it, and bounces off it. I mean, this was a big one yesterday, of course. Has a lot of room. One dog, yes. One dog, one cat. You got that right, Fin Fan. Keep an eye on this BIAF, guys. I mean, this holds the VWAP, okay? You see if it holds the VWAP coming into it, maybe bounces off it. Obviously, it's a stock that super active. I know it's down 12%, but it's trying to have a reverse soul. All right, guys. So what I haven't done, 1026. So I'm going to go over this. Let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening now. We're an hour after the 9:30 open. I'm going to click on new, and then I'm going to click on dock channel bar. Click on the show more, so I can see all the channels. These are all theme-based channels. Okay. I'm going to click on the sector status. Let's take a look at what these strong. I can guarantee XLE is going to be up here. All right. So in this top list window up here, we have some of the sectors that we're following. Okay, right at the very top, XLE up 2.4%, services, oil services 2.2%, etc. Okay, 63% in red. That means that 63% of the sectors in this top list window are down for the day. What's the worst sector? Right down here, ooh, technology, XLK down 1%. Well, XLK and NLR down 1%. So, if you wanted to take a technology stock, you're going against the trend. Now, you could take a technology stock that maybe has its own news, doesn't care about what its sector is doing. But a lot easier to try to trade something that in its own sector is at least somewhat positive today anyway. Same thing with the XLE. If you're going to take you're going to take an oil play, an energy play. Well, it's the right sector to be in. Doesn't mean that every single stock is going to move higher, but at least you're looking at the top sector if you're going to take an energy play today. Now we have 11 of the sectors here. So look at energy. Well, talk about being top. Look at XLE. 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are up, and every day, either APA. If energy is having a bad day, APA is If energy is having a good day, APA is usually at the top, and if they're having a bad day, it's usually at the bottom. So Apache APA top stock 5.5%, MPC 5 point. What is the worst stock? KMI still positive, but it is the worst stock in the sector. Utilities. This is what the flight to safety. Okay, stocks that typically utility stocks offer dividends. So when the market when people get a little concerned about the market, you see utility stocks usually doing pretty well. And a day like today, 100% of them are up. Materials, XLB, surprise. CE, Celanese, up 4.6%. But let's take a look. We're down here. What's the worst one? Newmont, NEM. It's a gold play. I always think that this is a gold play, but anyway, it is a gold play. Worst one. So you can see what you can do. You can take a look at this. This might be something that all you do using trade ideas, looking at the major sectors, looking at the stocks that are the top stock in a sector versus the bottom stock in a sector, and trying to figure out maybe a way to trade them. Just another way to use trade ideas. Healthcare, HCA is the worst performing stock in the XLV in the healthcare sector. Now, sometimes when you click on these, there may be a reason. It could be an earnings play. Maybe you check to see if there's any specific news. So again, just another way to use trade ideas. Well, this BIAF guy is looking really interesting. The longer it holds over this VWAP, there's no reason. I mean, the reason it's down. I mean, there's no. You know, it's just profit taking from yesterday. Now, have to be aware of the 200-day moving average, 426. So it'll put a price alert maybe up in this area. So a couple things will happen. It'll be above the 200-day moving average. It'll be above the VWAP, and that could get it going. It was called in our. If you click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Dock to Channel Bar, and then click on Show More to see all of these theme-based channels, and then scroll down. Sector status. Sector status. Okay. Speaking about the VWAP, let's take a look at the SPY now, guys. So yes, we've had a little break above the VWAP, sort of. You can see how, it's at the VWAP area right now. The SPY is. I'm going to put a price alert up here and see if we can take that out. And maybe get a little bit of a launch. Now, Anna is looking interesting again, holding over the full number of 8 and a basing over the VWAP. The high of the day was up here at around 8, almost 850, around 850. Anna, guys, Anna is holding that VWAP well, and it's challenging the high of the day right now. ANNA. And you can see that BIAF is in danger now, in danger of losing the VWAP and the 200-day. It's right at that 200-day moving average, that blue line on my daily chart. That is a 200-day moving average. But it's still trying to hold that VWAP. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Probably my number one look right now is the BIAF if it can hold that VWAP area. It's such a well, it's a big followed stock yesterday, of course, and the day, and it had earnings. I don't think it had anything to do with earnings. A lot of volume came in that day, though. Look at the volume. How much was that? 240 million shares traded the day it had earnings. But I don't think it had anything to do with earnings. Ooh, okay. Now this one's interesting to me. AUPH, and now it just became less interesting. I love the whole number break underneath the VWAP, AUPH, but looking left, you've got potential. You know, it's got to get through that 1385. And even if it did, 1351, for me, it doesn't have enough room looking left to take the short. Well, the RBNE from on the AI is still, there's another high looking left, 216, possible. Getting through two might be a challenge. So we had a reversal now for silver, guys. Remember the last time we looked at silver, it was doing this, sort of slip sliding away, down to bottom, got through the VWAP, and now starting to run. Silver, SLV. So let's take a look at EXK as an example. Sort of the same thing. This is one of the silver plays that we see every single day. How about the PAAS? Same thing. All right, guys, CRK could be an interesting short. It's through the VWAP right now. Okay, through the VWAP, little sell flag there. Trend is looking down, even though it's a resource stock. Um, the market popping a little bit. My guess is that XLE is maybe moving down somewhat. No, it isn't. So Comstock is actually moving against its. XLE is ripping. So it's interesting that CRK is moving against. Yeah, it's probably the new drug, Doodle. I'm sure BIAF had nothing to do with earnings, but thanks, yeah, up on a new drug. Just happened to be coincidental. They released that, I guess, during earnings. All right, guys, I'm looking at this Comstock. I mean, it's got room. I mean, the 200-day moving average is way down there. There's the SPY. Okay, the SPY. All right. Okay, CRK. Yeah, I mean, CRK is definitely running counter to the exploration of oil and natural gas. Yeah, so I mean, it's in the right sector in terms of, but it's running counter to the sector. I don't expect much out of the. I mean, it's just something that is intrigues me because it's moving against its sector, the CRK. I don't expect much out of it, but I'd try it. It's down into the low 60s. I'll consider that a mini win. Now look at BIAF now, guys. So that's a no-go. Later on in the day, maybe, but right now it's below the VWAP and below the 200-day moving average. So all right, go. Oh, might give me a little more than I think here. We have 2157.66 now. Just catch up. All right, guys. What time is it now? 10:46. So yeah, about an hour and 15 minutes. I'll be taking a break. Andy Lindloff will be taking over for me in our YouTube room from Trade Ideas. Okay, so fact, you know what I want to do? I want to see if Comstock is actually part of the. Yeah, I don't know if CRK is actually part of XLE. I don't know. I don't see it here, but yeah, I don't know if it's part of it. That's right. I can remember how I found it, but yeah, the CRK. So it did actually win 3 races, but you can use these races for also pullback plays. Just because so the stock won 3 races earlier, but it was starting to fade. Pullback plays or shorting, of course. How's the Apache APA doing? Very strong still, very strong. So there's another potentially interesting one. Look at the LI sitting right on the VWAP right now. And that little sell flag there is that VWAP going to hold it? It went down a little bit, came up a little bit, so it's in the VWAP area right now. Of course, the China EV play. It is. I thought it was below the VWAP, but let me take a look at BIAF. Meanwhile, the RDGT is going absolutely crazy again, and the halts resumes. Oh, look at this. How ugly is that? This is well, William. Maybe this is your next your China stock going down to 10 cents. So I have the VWAP here. Okay, so I have it. Well, when you say fighting to stay above, okay, yeah. Well, it's losing the fight right now. Mm, in a big way now. In a big way. So you can see what I don't do. What I don't do is anticipate something's going to happen. I could have said to myself, you know what? Holding over the VWAP, it's over the 200-day moving average. Just take the trade. Look what it did yesterday. I mean, even if I had done that, I would have had a stop. But that just it just really helps me or stops me from carving up my account by trying to anticipate something. I just wait for a price alert to happen. If it happens, great. If it doesn't, let's move on. I think I'm going to answer for William. I think he might have, if he'd been drinking something, he would have spit it out. I don't think William is a big Bitcoin fan. And then there's Poe doing a dip buy. Now, the low of the day basically got down to the low of the day, right? For the BIAF. There's another way to play it, of course. I am not good at that. Does anybody trade gold? What is its floor? Sure, there must be somebody who trades gold, but I certainly don't. You're talking about literally gold at $5,000 or whatever. Whatever. You're not talking about GLD, or like what are you talking about? Are you talking about a GLD or? You can see what it did today anyway. Gold. I mean, it got down to the low of yesterday and bounced, but that's a floor. Big market pop. You are right. Big market pop, which yeah, some volume coming in. I wonder what was said. Not only is now the market has actually gone positive. All right, guys. Well, will this pop sustain itself? It's now the market's gone a little bit negative again, but at this point it was positive. Put a price alert up in this area, see if it takes it out again to go positive. Well, let me bring up the SPY because I think what William is saying, I could see a little headline there. Nope. Now let's see what happened to XLE on that. Do we call it news? It is news. I shouldn't say it like that. So yeah, so you can see XLE starting to fade a bit on that news. Yeah, RBNE guys. I mean, it's still the fight at 2. I'm 218 is the next high looking left. 220, 215. Okay, I'll get it right. 215. Now that is helping my CRK. Now that energy is starting to fall somewhat, even though CRK was already falling, but now maybe there's a little more impetus for it to fall. All right, go. So we're now it's getting interesting for me in the CRK with energy now moving down. Okay, I have covered some. Okay, I've covered some of the CRK now around the 2150 mark. Nothing earth shattering, but not a bad trade so far. Why would I do that? Well, it's too. Even though it was moving down, even though XLE actually, when this was happening, XLE was moving higher, or was at least basing. This is sort of moving on its own, and now being helped, I guess, because of what could be happening. 10 times now. RDGT. Oh, do not do it. I know Poe's looking at this, and probably at some point, are you going to play a bounce on it? 10 times. So we've had 10 halts for this one so far. RDGT. How about 11 times? Another halt? Don't do it, Poe. I shouldn't be telling you this. Yeah. Ugh, no kidding. Now we get a big giant red bar. But why would there be military action if they're talking? Okay, guys, we'll feed. Okay, some of you have been watching this feed. Well, the feed. Okay, here's what it did. It made a pop, big shoot up, and then right back down. now shooting back up. Is it going to hold the VWAP? I mean, it's super, super volatile. A million in the float. Okay, guys, now this is really ripping. I'm not in it, but the feed, yeah, the feed is now ripping. Ideally, for me, it would have it would have come back into the VWAP, maybe tested it from the upside, and then moved. I just can't trust that it's going to keep moving like this. But I guess I have a quick trade. Well, the CRK guys for me has been better than I thought. So there is the 200 moving average getting closer. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at that CRK, wondering if I should dump it now. But look at the market. My goodness, they're up, big down, back up. Ooh, wow, this could have been interesting. This DEC, but there's the next high looking left. It's right at it. That high right there, 1724. It's almost there. And if it took that out, 17, well, you know what? I mean, it's got some room. I have to put a price alert up in this area. See if it can take that out. This is a gap up and go. No, 12 halts now. 12 halts. Well, maybe 50 cents holds it for a bit. Oh, remember this one, guys? SWMR, the crazy one from last week. SWMR. So it's above yesterday's high. Okay, trying to come back somewhat. Of course, the high of here is $55. Spread for it is not terrible. I mean, 30-cent spread. Not terrible. Oh man, but big surge, big surge. It's a big drone play. IPO'd last week. Okay, now what about VECO? VECO, just over the whole number. Okay, VECO, what sort of room does it have? The answer is not that much. Okay, when you look left, the next high is fairly close, so becomes something I don't really want to trade. I think that when PLAB had its earnings, I think that was an all-time high up here. I think, might be wrong, but the position lifetime range at 91%. But look, I mean, gets up to $45 and gets all the way back down to 31. How do you swing trading? I think. So we've got UGRO and then we've got GROW. Okay, Brazilian Potash Core. Canadian company, actually, but obviously working out of Brazil. Right, it's right at 50 cents. Okay, here's our spread. 49. Wow. So what? You're going to get in at 48? Oh no, you're in 50 already. Ay, 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 ay. It just got halted again. Well, let's a little prayer for our friend Poe here. I hope it doesn't. You got to stop at 48. Well, Afraid to look, Barry, with a Y. Yeah, I thought about it, but I'm so conservative. They still have not released shorts at Interactive Brokers for this stock. I don't know who this guy is. Serhii Kuprienko reported a beneficial ownership stake of about 25% in Swarmer. That was not today's news. That was on the 23rd. Well, that's pretty interesting. So this guy who sort of is the major shareholder or a significant shareholder in this company, he's the guy who founded Blackwater. Interesting. Back in 1997. Okay, AJ, I was wondering about that. I did not have it up and running today, so I was wondering about that regarding a flag hunter. Man, oh man, now it's halted again. What? I. Are you out? I can't tell you. Are you out of it now? Because at least it looks like it's going to move above. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. So that was the halt that we were talking about. Okay, their 13th halt of the day. But when I looked at it, I thought, oh boy, are you gonna be having fun? Well, it said 57 cents at one point, right there. So if it's a 5 minute halt, 11:15 plus 16 seconds. And well, obviously it's not going to be a 5 minute halt. So you're going to have to wait another at least 5 minutes, see if it's going to be a 10 minute halt. Oh, it just opened. I'm sorry. My math is stupid. So that was 5 minutes. Okay. So it did open and you are, oh, you're looking good. You're looking good. Probably going to get halted again. Oh, you're really looking good. That's it. I'm going to follow Poe from now on. It looks like it's going to get halted again. It just got halted again. So, wow, look at this. Yeah, AJ, I have seen that a little bit. I know what you're talking about. A ton of stocks where the long entry would have been best in the pre-market. Now, did that one work in the pre-market? Can't remember. There wasn't a relative volume filter in there. Okay, you know what? I asked two questions. So, does it work in the pre-market? It looks like it does work in the pre-market, right? So when you say no, it does not, you mean it does not have the relative volume filter. So that does work in the pre-market. Ooh, BIAF now, guys. Keep an eye on the BIAF. I have that one thumbnail. That's why it's not coming on any one of my scans really, but I do have a thumbnail. So yeah, through the VWAP again, right at the 200-day moving average is right there. The 200-day moving average, the actual number is 426, so it's right at the 200-day moving average. Well, I have my alert set up in this area up here around the 433 mark. Well, this is getting interesting, guys. I mean, it's holding over the VWAP. Obviously, it's not. It's sort of resting a little bit right now. I'm talking about the BIAF. Oh, CRK, give me some more on the way down. Getting closer and closer. I mean, I never thought it would get close to the 200-day, but you never know. 2111 is the 200-day moving average. So it's about 16 cents away. Whoa. Wow. RDGT for you now. I mean, well, okay, it hit 70, but now it is wild now. I mean, those are some pretty wild moves. Unfortunately, not RI Mays, unfortunately, or RL Mays, unfortunately not. However, so the question is, can we get a buy and sell flag as an alert with your own scans? And the answer is no. But tomorrow, CEO of Trade Ideas normally has he does his YouTube feed between 12 and 1, the CEO, and just keep badgering him. All I can say. We all want it. I want it. I don't know what it takes to get it, but unfortunately, no. There is no way to do it right now. Well, I know that the default is the 12 and the 5, right? The cross and EMA and SMA, but you can do other crosses, using just SMA. I mean, you can do that. I have no idea, but I mean, the default is, but there might be a way though to really mirror it pretty closely. I mean, you can. I mean, this is what we're talking about: the fast EMA, the 5, and the slow. Well, they're both EMAs. I thought one was an SMA for some reason. But anyway, there's probably a way using SMAs to get, a pretty close approximation to it. Maybe not the same periods, but they probably knows. Just a minute. All right, guys. Well, I have to admit, I may take a lotto play in this SWMR, depending how it sets up. Okay. Boy, look at this, the trade desk. It's funny. I saw another ad for the trade desk. Did it have something to do with Hershey? Or did was it Hershey's that said no more? Because I know I saw an ad with Trade Desk and Hershey. Man, I think this is when the short seller came in this day right here, slammed them, and they said, "You know what? Maybe we're gonna sue." Look at the avenues for suing them. This was Muddy Waters, right? Am I right, William? This was the Muddy Waters slamming them on that day. I'm talking about TTD. Trade desk is being valued like a dying business, but its financials say otherwise. Okay. This is not today. This is on the 21st. Oh, it wasn't Muddy Waters. Who was it then? Somebody. It was somebody that said they're okay. Let me see if I can find that maybe in the news. So what day was this? This was this day right here was the 17th. We don't go back to the 17th here. Maybe it was an audit. Yeah, it was an audit on their ads. Weren't these the ones that didn't say, maybe it's another company that basically they looked at their EBITDA at 1 billion and they said 950 million of it was basically false. Maybe it's another company. That was a different company and that was Muddy Waters. Okay, sorry. No, it wasn't TTD. Okay, Poe, don't do it again. Oh, you are doing it. You are doing it. I wouldn't have done it again. I would let it go way down. I would let it go maybe to 40 cents and see if you get a bounce from there. Look at that BIAF. Isn't that somewhat infuriating? Looked like it was poised up here, right? Just poised. But nope. Question regarding the AI. Will the tickers remain in the trades window until the end of the day or if the stop hits? They will remain as, they'll all day. Even at 3:55, they exit every trade. Okay, that's automatically. You'll still see them though, if that's what you mean. So they don't disappear ever. Now, well, how they can disappear is in the filter. If you've got only the profitable trades checked, and the ones that aren't profitable, I would absolutely 100% uncheck it though, because you should see them all day because sometimes they'll set up lower than the original price, and you can still take the trade if that makes sense. Or you get a re-entry. If you had profitable trades checked here, okay, you would not have seen the re-entry at 148 because that was underneath 150. Okay, so I 100% uncheck this. Again, I've asked the company, but they don't listen to me. Seriously, because you should see them all day. It's like a watch list. So the fact that WT right now is underwater at 1414, maybe it's setting up better. I mean, maybe it's hitting some, right there. I mean, you could have said, well, it's over the VWAP. Maybe I take the trade here. But how would you see it? How would you see it if you had profitable trades checked? Because it's below 1428 as an example. All right, guys, I'm looking at Alm now, right now. This is a gap down, sorry, gap down and go, gap down and go. Is there room? And the answer is no. Yeah, the next low looking left is around just underneath 1450. So there's not enough room for me to take this short. Oh man, I love the Alm, but I just don't like the fact that I see all these little lows over here that it could stall. Let me just go over this scan, okay? The gap continuation or reversal scan. It is a lot better, well, better today in that yesterday it probably had hundreds of tickers coming through this. Now, this is the repeating version, okay? This is the don't repeat version. I don't even know how many we've got. See, manageable, very manageable number of, and this is just telling me the first time of the alert. So if you're not familiar with this, so this is what we call a multi-strategy window. Typically, the use of a multi-strategy window is if you only have one monitor and you've got several alert windows on your monitor, you can take them and put them into a multi-strategy window, so you only have one screen to look at. Okay, that's the typical reason for people using a multi-strategy window. I don't mind putting though similar scan. These are all gap scans into a multi-strategy window. So what are they? What are these? If I right click on it and hover over strategies, there's a gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, and gap down and go. These are all separate alert windows. I could bring them all out and have them, for them, but I just prefer to put them into this one window. So the gap up and go, not too many today. That means the stock gapped up, and then at the time of the alert, it was moving higher. Gap down and reverse, stock gap down, and then started to reverse. Doesn't mean it's going to continue to reverse, but that's what it looks like. Gap up and reverse, gapped up, then started to reverse, and then the gap down and go, like the Alm right now. Gap down and then kept moving down. So these are the gap filters or the gap scanners. So some of you might just want to play reversals. So all you do is just uncheck. You don't have to have them both all checked. Some of you may only want to play stocks on the long side. So obviously a gap up and go and a gap down and reverse. Those are the potential longs. Okay, so there's different ways you can use this. And it's on my homepage. Well, good for you and the Anna. Well, the Anna's working well now. So let's take a look at the wave for CRK. I'm not going to say it's been beautiful. They had some little jogs here and there, but so far, I mean, I'm out some at the 2150 mark. So this is why I can hold on. I'm still trying to hold on to see whether or not we have not transitioned from orange to blue. So I'm trying to hold on and see if we get another leg down. So it wasn't about seeing the sell flag or anything. It was just a matter of trying to keep in the wave, keep in the trade. As long as the wave still remains, you can see it's looks a lot nicer on the 5 minute. That is something I have no idea on, Alan, but I think William has anybody with Fidelity Active Trader Pro. Alan's got a question: how to get rid of garbage ARCX bids? Don't know. But maybe somebody with Fidelity Active Trader Pro can help you. So William has it and says no clue. So okay. All right, guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Boy, good for you on the Anna. Wow. So now the CRK, I have some decisions to make now. The CRK, you can see what it's doing. It's right at the 200-day moving average right now. So I mean, will that act as big support? Uh, Boy, and it's running against XLE. It's really interesting. I mean, CRK, I mean, you'd think it's in the same sector, but XLE, even though the market is doing this, thinking that I don't look, who knows what's happening, but you know, XLE is moving higher. I wish I were a better pullback player. It wouldn't take much because I'm not a pullback player at all. So, but yeah, I mean, there are a lot of things that you guys do that I'm just not in tune with. Okay, I have to be sensible about this. So I think what I'm doing now, okay, taking more off on this. I don't have very much left. Okay, just in case that 200-day moving average looks. I mean that is the number is 2111. Okay, so I don't have very much left. Just in case that really acts as solid support. Yeah, I mean, it turned out to be a nice short. Absolutely surprising. It in theory shouldn't have been because of the sector it's in, but go figure. I don't see it had any news on it. I don't see any specific news on it that would cause it to be moving against the sector. Anyway, not going to complain, I guess. All right, guys. So here's the swarmer now, the SWMR holding that 36 mark. I'm going to put a price around 37 and see if it gets back up there. Yeah, I took some off at the 50-cent level. Iran imposes a $2 million fee to any ships to cross through the strait. What, per day? Which might be cheap. But again, I thought we were talking to them and it was all good. Another lot of energy plays here, guys. Lot of energy plays. Obviously, GPRE, BTU, FMC, APA, DK that have won races. Ooh, this is the GPRE. Ah, okay, just over the whole number. I mean, that is a beautiful wave, guys. That is a beautiful wave on a 2-minute chart. So if you'd taken this trade right around here, you'd be in it, in it, in it, in it, in it, and right there, is where you might want to take some profit, but not get out of the entire trade. You see how it dipped into the wave and actually got a couple of bars. It's only a 2-minute chart. Look at a 5, and it's there where but on a 2-minute chart, you get in a little bit earlier, and you're still in the trade. You're still in the trade. That's how you use the wave. And again, if you want to know how to get the wave on your chart, just let me know. It's part of the standard service, not an add-on. What are the high and low? You mean the top of the wave? When you say what are they? I'm not sure I know what you mean. Just the high, it's just the high point of the wave and the low. You mean what numbers are they and why how are they generated? The wave expands as it gets a little more parabolic, if that's what you mean, and it sort of is more narrow when it's not quite as parabolic, if that's what you mean. Well, the numbers, I mean, I couldn't tell you. I mean, you'd have to you can eyeball them, but if you want to know the theory behind it, click on new from the toolbar, click on dock channel bar, and if you click on the Ripster Rippers channel, okay, Ripsters Rippers, there'll be a video that pops out somewhere. Okay, there is a video that kind of goes over the idea of the wave. Now, if you can't see it, it's like this popped on another monitor I have. If you only have one monitor, it's possible that the video is behind the channel. You would just have to do something like this. Okay. But if you watch the video, like at least gives you an idea behind, or gives you the idea behind it all. Okay. Does a way better job than I could possibly do trying to explain it. The only thing I can say, it's all about crosses. So what's being used, these are fast EMA, slow EMA, the 5 crossing the 12, okay, or the 12, vice versa, either on the way up or the way down. And you can control all this. Don't ask me, what a person should use. I'm just using what the default has been. Seems to work pretty nicely. Son of a gun. Just typically, as it expands, it's just getting a little more parabolic. Okay. Ideally, in order to keep in a trade a lot longer, you'd like to have a nice narrow wave. It's easier to keep in the trade because as it gets parabolic, you start thinking, well, should I be taking some profit? Are other people thinking they're going to want to take some profit? But if it's a very narrow wave up, not saying that this is beautiful, but you usually find it on more expensive stocks. Okay, let's see if this one see right here how narrow it is, and then all of a sudden it gets a little parabolic, and the top, the bars are losing touch with the top of the wave. That starts, then it starts getting a little parabolic. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, if you're in it early enough, but if you're in it here, probably not what you want to see because you start thinking, well, people are going to start taking some profit as it's getting a little more parabolic. That's how I look at it anyway. So right here, you can see how it's flattening out. So is there going to be finally a trend change, or is this just a flattening out? So if you're in this one down here, you should be in it, in it, in it, and there's still no reason to get out of anything yet. Well, the only thing is I mean, it's a wild, it's a very wild one though. But let's take a look at Transformer right now. Yeah, I mean, but you see, you get a buy and a sell and a buy and a sell, so it's sort of direction unknown. Okay, and you can see how parabolic it got as it was just ripping higher. But now, we don't know. I mean, right now you have a buy and a sell and a buy flag. It's very narrow. You're right, it's very narrow, but hard to know what direction it's really going to take. All right, guys, 11:55. So I will put the first. I'll put my announcement up. I'll be taking a break pretty soon. Andy Lindloff will take over for me in our YouTube room. So this is the link for YouTube. Okay, this is the link to get into our YouTube room. Say Andy will be there within about 5 minutes. Yeah, I mean, it is really. I mean, yeah, it's really hard to know. I mean, you'd think, with it being up 35%, that the direction could be up, but I'm not going to guess that way. I'm not going to say yes, it's going to be up, so I'm going to take the trade right now and hold on. Oh boy. Well, Poe, are you going to? I said maybe look around the 40 cent mark. Look at this now, 34 cents for RDGT. Yeah, well, YouTube has, yeah, it's an imposed by YouTube delay. It's about yeah, I don't know, it's 6 to 8 second delay. This is the one that, oh, you know what? Now there are shorts available for KPTI. I wanted to short this one a lot earlier. It had a 6 break. It was showing up on the gap down and go. Okay. And, but there were no shorts available at the time I looked. There are now shorts available. 26,000 at Interactive Broker. So there has been some short covering. I'm not sure why, because it continues to make its way down. Yes, Anna is over $8. Again, one of the ones I have thumbnailed. Best thing you can say about it, it held the VWAP. Look at Swarmer now, guys. SWMR. I mean, this might be it for the day. Though I have a price alert. I've got it at the high of the day. You never know. Later on in the day, it could take that out. Because what traders are looking at is this over here. 2 days ago, got up to $55. It closed down here at 37, but all right, guys, I heard a little pop. I think that means Andy's in our YouTube room right now. So, guys, I will put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can welcome Jamie Hodge to the, Andy Lindloff to the.
Oh,
I could convince him to come on
how
and
you doing, Barry?
maybe co-host. I'm doing fine.
Yeah, I think it'd be great. Yeah,
Yeah. Now, do you know what that means that he showed up there, or is just
I don't.
okay?
I know. No, he's always had access. He never lost his
Yes.
access. Yeah, so I don't know if he's just saying hi or what, but
Yeah. Well, I miss him. I miss
I do
him.
too. Yeah, it'd be great
Yeah.
to have Jamie back, wouldn't
I think after you, he's my favorite guy.
it? I appreciate that, Barry.
See, I got to say that, right?
No,
Okay.
you do. I won't tell Steve.
Uh,
Yeah.
so and Steve, and of course
Yeah.
Chris. And,
There you go. Yeah, right. Steve and Chris.
anywho, what you doing
Well,
today?
oh,
Anything?
yeah. The same old swing trading is just so tough,
Yeah,
man.
very tough. Very
Ah,
tough.
brutal.
Yeah,
You
I got
think
into one. I got into one, and I don't understand why it worked. To be honest, I got into one. I'm still in it. CRK. Take a look at CRK. I'm short.
nice. A little fade at
And
the top there. Yeah.
yeah, I didn't quite get at the top, but it
Yeah.
got into the 200-day moving average, and that's where it kind of stalled. But why I'm sort of I don't know why it's doing this is because it's part of the energy sector. It's exploration, oil, and natural gas. And when you look at XLE, XLE is
Yeah.
still very strong. So,
Interesting.
and there's no news. There's no specific news for CRK. So I kept thinking, when is it going to start popping with the XLE? But it never did.
Never
Anyway,
did, huh?
that is my so that's my good trade for the day.
That's a good one, man.
Yeah,
All
it was a
right,
good one.
Barry. Well, that's all you need. It's one good
That's
trade,
all
right?
you need. That's all you need.
Right. That's
Exactly.
right. That's right.
Okay, my friend, I'll
All right.
let you
Yeah.
go, and we'll see you
Enjoy
in
your
about an hour.
hour. All right. Take care, buddy.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hello, traders. Welcome to my desktop. This is a support webinar. If you have any questions, just be sure to hit me up. Sorry, I'm got to get my screen organized here a little bit. Just in case I need to do some executions. Yeah, it's a mess right now. It really is a mess. So if you have any questions, yeah, be sure to drop them in the YouTube chat, and I'll do my best to answer them. If not, I'll call on Peppy. But as we wait, we can talk about, obviously, stocks, setups, charts. Look at charts. Talk about the market in general. Let's do that while we hang out here. And really, it's just, yeah, kind of in no man's land right now, with a definitely a downward trend below all of our key four moving averages there in the Qs. The SPYs look quite similar, and there you have it. It's really frustrating. And of course, what happens is, I think what I may start doing is going home flat every night and playing my uh trader eyes calls, because what ends up happening is I end up missing these because I'm babysitting all my positions in the first 30 minutes, uh and my holds aren't doing well anyway. Like, take this ring for example. It was a really nice setup yesterday. Entered it yesterday right around here, and then today it gaps down and is back below. It's just kind of slop you're just getting here. Yeah, Array. I haven't looked at that since it had horrible action after earnings. Let's take a look. Trying to poke its little head up, that's for sure. Yeah, that's one. If you just have to buy small size and give yourself, the downside, of that uh, low going back to earlier this month. I think that's probably all you could do. And I was thinking about, FLNC the other day, and it poked its head up right here as well, and off its 200-day. And this is the kind of action you get for those stocks coming off bad earnings and trying to revive their bullish nature. But yeah, it's just a war trading, I call it. You're trading off news headlines, oil. It's not very fun. I mean, that being said, I basically, for the last week or so, I've just been kind of going sideways. I haven't been giving up more because I've been going home a lot lighter. Maybe going home 75% cash, but you can still get hurt in this kind of volatility. But anyway, yeah, the call DHT, these were all setting up nicely. DHT this morning, Nat, they just all had a really good look to them. And Salt Bulk was actually the one that was over here. I think one of these days, but it never really broke its stop there. But it's one that's kind of lagging a little bit. But Tesla got out of the gates pretty well, and I used that opportunity to scalp a little this morning. So, not liking. Look at the big boys. Is really, Microsoft can't get anything going, just continues to go to lows. Uh, Amazon, yeah, just kind of hanging out in the range. Google, that's ugly. AMD's trying to hold on, but every time you think it's popping up to do something, it sells back off with the market. Let's take a look at some of the weeklies there in the uh, averages. I think we're pretty close to the Qs weekly, if I remember correctly. Yeah, we're real close to it. It's just amazing. You look at some of the action and that we're only like this far off from highs, all-time highs. It's crazy. What is that? About a 5 or 6% move there. I'm not going to figure it out. Let's take a look at the spies. Spies, same thing. Just sitting. Look how these algos kind of push everything around together. And IWM's quite a bit above their weekly. But like Microsoft, it's way below its weekly. All of its weekly. It even broke through its 200-day. See where this might be going. I mean, it's broken this trend. If I drew a downtrend line right here, that's ugly. I mean, this thing probably is going to here, which could be an interesting spot for sure. I'll just bring this one from all-time highs and set it right there. Now, that's definitely a support level, which is 342. So another 30 points, maybe time to nibble if it gets there. Get back to the dailies. Coin getting smashed a little bit. I'm in some IBIT, but I don't know how much longer I'm going to give it. Been making a little money on it, but boy, it hasn't been easy. And now you really like for, let's pull up the Bitcoin real quick. And let's just go ahead and put it on a daily since everything else is kind of whacked. Let's check something. Broke that 4-hour. Definitely got like a downtrend there. If it comes back down to there, see if it can hold. But I know there's a lot of people that jumped in this pretty early thinking they, this move right here, and they got the bottom, and really you're trading below the close of this candle. What do I think of Meta? Yeah, I'm surprised Trader 77 that 52% of the stocks are above their 200-day. Well, not the 200-day. I wonder how. Do you know how many is above their 50? I can't imagine there's not too many above their 50. And what do I think of Meta? Where did my big boys go? There they go. Yeah, same thing. I mean, once again, once they get this ugly on the daily, always good idea to go to the weekly. And yeah, it's below all of its moving average, trying to hang on to a very important uh, support level. And remember, this is a weekly, so you probably got a lot of data points that marry up to this line. And what has Netflix been doing? Well, after that one beautiful bounce on the weekly, it's getting a little bit tired again. Only 28%. Yeah, that sounds about right. So taking that in consideration, okay, 28% or above. Let's take a look at like Amazon. And that's not even the get back on the daily is below. Microsoft, we know, is way below. Tesla is below its 50. Nvidia below its 50. Google below its 50. And these are quite a bit below their 50. So riddle me this or answer me this question. Okay, you got all these major stocks that make up a huge, supposedly makes up a huge percentage of the Q's indice. So at 28%, there's only 28% above the 50, and you got basically all your big cap stocks below their 50. How is it that the Qs, I'm sorry, I was looking at the weekly. Good. Scratch that. I'm dumb. But we could do that on, let's do the weekly here. Let's put it on the weekly and see, just to test it. Okay, we know the Qs are above their weekly. Microsoft way below. Amazon below. Google above. Meta below. Apple above. I don't know. It just seems to me, it seems to me the Qs when I look at some of these, when you got Goo- not Google, but Microsoft, Amazon, Tesla. Tesla's right at it actually. Meta. I don't know. I still hold by my theory that the Qs don't actually mimic the stocks that comprise it. But that's just my theory. Well, the market is seems to be uh, trying to dig in. 20.8 above their 200, a 20-day. Yeah, 20 days. You already said the 200. Now that AAOI was on the list today. It's a 102. Put it on the daily again. Going back and forth here. So yeah, if I would have come in flat and just traded my trader eye calls, I'd have done really well. And laser would basically be about flat. That was another one. That's going to have to be a game plan, man. I'm tired of going back and forth here. Holding on to stuff. Path killed me today. That's basically my losses. And just opened up, look at this. I mean, it's just sitting here above its 10 period moving average since earnings, holding up well, and then opens up and just whams. And it's probably just a shakeout. It's going to bounce now. That's what makes you really mad. If you look later and you see this thing's already back to $12, or tomorrow, it's like just brutal. Then I start revenge trading, going over here and trying to buy it back. I shouldn't do that, should I? But that's kind of the market we're in right now. I mean, you don't know what's going to happen overnight, and especially at the bell. It's like just crazy. So you got low, another low, come over here, another low, another low, and go down, hit 91, and then I guess, I mean, you're not going to come down to right here. Seemed like you would. Probably roll over here. Been in the sim for a very long time, and since this day over here. So sure feels like it's trying to bottom. I actually scalped some yesterday and then bought it back today. I do a lot of that stuff. And the same with zebra. I've been in zebra for a very long time and hoping it's a bottom here, 205. I did buy it at 1106. It's gonna not gonna get me like that. Let's put a bid in and see if I can get it. Wait a minute, that's not right. It's PDYN. I've been in for a while too. It keeps thinking this thing's going to eventually get through this 3-day high, but I'll stop if it breaks down through that. I think I have a hard stop if it breaks down through that 627 level. Oh, AEHR was another one. That's why I talked about that already. Tesla, I've been scalping a little bit here and there. It's one of those stocks I want to be in at all times because I think it's probably obviously a long ways off before you start seeing some incredible revenues from Robotaxi and Optimus. Probably looking at 2027, but you know how the market's always about 6 months ahead. Q's getting a nice little bounce, but obviously it looks like a lot of the others ugly downtrend below all its moving averages. But that's why I want to scalp out when I can. Actually, this laser is definitely one to keep an eye on, maybe for the rest of the day and even tomorrow. Looks like it's ready to just explode. Q is getting a nice little lift. Not far from actually going positive. I don't know why these stocks got to get killed so much. I mean, yeah, down 0.20%. Jable was a nice little setup the other day. Was called, I think, on this day right here. Shouldn't have been stopped. I say called. It was on the trader eye. Boy, Bitcoin, you can't get anything going. Going just the opposite of what the Qs are trying to do right now. Yeah, I may have to say goodbye to those. I bit. Do not like the way I added a little bit on this bounce right here, thinking it was going to dig in, but now it's rolling back over. I mean, only 30 cents down, so I definitely give it a little bit. But gosh, I'd hate for to see it take out like a 2 or 3 week high. I have to cut it below 39. There was been a lot of oil stocks on setups, but man, it's a tough market to play to swing trade. It's great for day trading, I guess, but you wake up one morning and we got to end to the war, man. You're gonna see a 15%, 20% gap down in USO potentially oil. It's kind of like silver. Alert that silver it comes down to this little plateau right here. It's a long ways to go though. Okay, I got the path on my paper trading account here. Now you can see the wallet I took this morning on that thing. It's just brutal. And here's the problem, because I've seen, especially this stock and many stocks, you get that opening drive down. So you almost have to, by the time, I guess I could put stops in, but I hate using stops first 15 minutes of the day because so many times they go and they get you and it bounces. So you almost have to at least let it go that first 30 minutes of the day. And then by then you're already down. It's like down 8 or 9%. It's like brutal. And when you're a swing trader, if you're a day trader, it's different. But if you're a swing trader and you're trying to, hold on to your positions, it's makes it tough. Man, had some decent stocks on the trader ride today. Yeah, got to come up with a better game plan. Hey, I hate missing all those because I'm staring at path falling in a bed on me. Mm, 38.15 and 37.86. So pretty much right here it is 10-day. If it thing gets back above that 20, I'll probably add. If it gets above that 38.18, which basically be taking out highs. All right, let's take a look. Energy sectors at the top. Base materials having a nice move. That sector's been a mess lately. Transportation getting a nice bounce. I'm surprised some of these airlines are bouncing like they are with oil moving back up, but just the crazy market we have. It's like Exxon the other day, and I told myself I didn't do it, but it, when oil was gapping way down, and when you see these stocks in the energy sector that's really weren't going up that much when with oil, uh, and then you get a big gap down, the stock gaps down with it. They just immediately see the opening over here. They just bought that up for the first hour, man, hand over fist. And that's typical. A lot of people were coming in shorting these things thinking, oh man, but when they don't move up with oil like that, it's, and you got to be real careful. Now some of these ones that really, moved up with it, that's a different story. But when you get some of these big conglomerates that really didn't move with it, and you see a big gap down in oil, watch that first 5 minutes because it can do some serious. This path's going to be a real quick cut if it doesn't. I'm just playing off this 10 period moving average to see if it can bounce. I don't revenge trade to a point where I just keep buying. But ARC has been kind of weak today as well, but nothing like Path, that's for sure. And the Q's right back down. Ugly. These things won't pull back at all, will they? Yeah, I'm probably going to only have about unless the market turns. I'm going to be punching out a lot of stuff. Maybe I definitely keep the Zebra and the SYM that I've been in for a while. Definitely keep some Tesla. Ring, the jury's still out on that one. I mean, it needs to get back above those moving averages, or I'll probably cut it unless it just kind of hangs out here between 37.50 and 38. Path. Now I have to see how it closes. With a bit more than likely, I'll be getting out of that one. I bet I have to wait and see. Probably cut this ABTC. I bought it yesterday when Bitcoin was performing a little bit better. Yeah, market's releasing a little bit more. No liquidity in this market. Everybody's scared. Yeah, Bitcoin just went to lows. Not even gonna let it go break 39, I don't think. What's this low over here? That's 39. Let's pull up some races. Market's getting quite boring. Let me. Man, some nice relative volume in that one. Yeah, nice 3-day move there. CSIQ on the list, huh? Yeah. Morgan Stanley Direct Lending Funds coming through the races. You know it's a slow day when you got Morgan Stanley Direct Lending Fund coming through your stock races. Ah, this was on my list today. And it wants to go there. Thing wants to go another 70 cents, 80 cents. It's its destiny. Ooh, trying to break out here. 1491. We're right here. Not a lot of volume though. Be hard to trust. I like the fact that it had earnings, obviously, and had good earnings and had a nice move. It's tempting. I definitely would consider that if it was doing more volume. Inflection with a Q. It's a new issue. Not seeing anything really jump out at me. Inflection with a Q won the race. Having a nice day going into earnings. You want to keep an eye out. Maybe somebody knows something. There's a silver miner coming through. What's silver doing? Not a whole lot. I do like the way Tesla's kind of hanging in there the last couple of days. Even yesterday when the market sold off and closed at the low end of its intraday range, Tesla held up pretty good, and it's holding up pretty good today as well. It's actually up on the day in a down market. So that's a couple of days of relative strength. So maybe one to keep an eye on. And if you look at the weekly, it's right at its 50. Now it did come down and catch a little, I had an alert, caught a little resistance level right here. And that's where it bounced yesterday. It's got a lot to get through though. A lot of junk to get through, that's for sure. But that's why you play small size. And then if it gets above that 400, you got a little chunk well in the money, and then doesn't hurt you to add. I know you hurt your average cost a little, but at the same time, you started buying way early. You just got to be disciplined. Get out when you're wrong, which has been a lot lately in this market. Okay, Path is trying to act a little better. You. Uranium stocks getting going. Look at this sector real quick. Yeah, I got a little volume there. I'm surprised they haven't moved sooner, and with the energy stocks doing well and oil as high as it is. But some of these may be worth a nibble. Oh, what's that, CCJ? Yeah, 240. Probably go for that. You. See if I can get it to back up some. I mean, these things have had a big pullback. And trying to take out that 4-day high. But oil is trying to go to highs, which would probably be good for you. It's the way these things do, man. They'll sit here and just be ugly for a long time. Like, look over here, just ugly for a long time. Then all of a sudden they'll shoot out of a cannon. Might see a couple of those on the trader side tomorrow. They all look about exactly the same on the daily charts. So symbiotics is one of those that I'm hoping to be in for a very long time because I fundamentals are good. I mean, this Steve was in it back over here, and it's of course when I think it was Goldman Sachs came out, did some sort of awful downgrade. Well, it's still trying, I guess, to make up for that. But this thing, no, I'm not going to do it because I'm running out of time. Barry's about to come in here, but if you do a trend line from here to here, getting pretty close. So if it gets above that 50, I think you definitely want to just go ahead and drag that bad boy up there. And same logic with the zebra. And this was earnings. Went up to 400, lost a third of its value. Yeah, that's crazy. Look at that volume too. Yeah, back in my day trading days, I'd be all over that. Right along with Barry. What do I think about PAGs? Not bad. Processing reserve, clearinghouse. Is that for equities? Oh, it's Brazil. Brazil's what is Brazil? EWB? EWZ. Yeah, kind of looks like it was doing good for a while with a lot of actually a lot of foreign countries were doing good, but you're talking about PAGs. Yeah, not bad at all. It's kind of trading with the sector. You look at it, had a big move back over here when the sector did. So I'd keep an eye on EWZ just to see. But yeah, you break it if you get to that 2-day high, doesn't look bad at all. Nice fundamentals from what I see. Plenty of revenue, low PE. Yeah, lot of good things. Could be a great value play actually. Mr. Barry.
Yeah, that is me. Yes.
Yes,
Maybe
I
as
heard
quiet as a
you.
mouse, but it doesn't matter.
You were clicking on something over there, I think.
I just had one little click. It was so silent, though. You know how you can kind of go boom, boom. I went. It didn't matter. You heard me anyway. All right,
Yep.
my friend. Well, if you had a nice hour.
Yeah. It's been kind of slow, but look at the market. And
Mhm.
But no worries. I enjoy looking through stuff and telling people what I'm looking at. And
Yeah, and I see that Michael Anthony mentioned PAGs to you, and you thought, hey, maybe that's not too bad.
no. I mean, if you, I'm assuming you're thinking about a swing trade, because I don't think you're going to get much of a day trade as of something like that. But yeah, it doesn't look bad. You can see even after earnings, it held up pretty well.
Yeah,
So it's just
exactly.
been kind of selling off with the market. So yeah, if it
Yeah.
takes out that 2-day high, maybe worth a swing.
Yeah. Well, okay. I want to get back into the other room. So
Okay,
I get now. Are you in on Friday? I guess you're in on
I
Friday,
am.
right?
I'll be back
All
on
right.
Friday. All
I'll
right,
double dose of
Barry.
Andy. Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
Have a good one, buddy.
Bye bye.
Bye. Bye, everybody. I'll see you Friday.
Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms, just waiting for Andy. There he is. He just left. All right. So I am back in both rooms. Let me get my music going. Okay, so the RBNE is just a little monster, guys, a little monster. RBNE, 52% now, actually. Yeah, 52% move for RBNE from RAI. 109%. So just because the stock was up 50 odd percent doesn't mean it can't end up at 100%. There's a classic example of one. All right, how about this one? OLN just over the whole number. Kind of a little bit of a wave action going here. However, looking left, the next high is 27.35. That's too close for me. I was really interested in this driven DRVN. Oops, something happened to my music. Really interested in this driven, guys, just because of, look left. I can't really remember what happened here. Went from 16 down to, wasn't an earnings play, was not an earnings play, but at any rate, trying to clear all this now. Might have to be watching this one for the balance of the week to see if it just has a continuation. The 200-day moving average is certainly far enough away, 1572 or so. Now, Poe, you just back off on that RDGT. This is now just a wow. 24 cents now. Imagine if you took this one yesterday and got up to 472, pulled back here. I think I'll hold some. I'll hold it overnight. Even if you held it overnight, you'd say, oh, okay, it's going to come back. Wow. Don't hold China stocks overnight. That is my only recommendation because you just never know when they, and there's no news on this one that I can see. I mean, to drive it all the way down to 23 cents, other than the fact it's a low float China stock. Nope. I would do neither. China's sometimes fun to play during the day, but boy, I would not want to do either. All right, guys, what time is it now? 1:04. So I'm going to go over my homepage one last time today. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's how you can do it. You can get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a subscription. And it doesn't matter if you choose our standard service or our premium service. The discounts apply to both the monthly and the annuals for those two plans. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Using my code helps. I'm moderating two rooms, our YouTube room and then this room here, the big one. Company tracks the use of promo codes. If they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. For those of you who are in YouTube and don't know that there's another room, this is free also, called the Trading Room. A lot more action in this room, okay? If you're looking for that, then there's a lot more action in this room. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi does that. Thank you. I don't get on the mic until 9. It's too early for me in Vancouver to open at 6:45. So thank you, Obi, for doing that. I get on the mic, both rooms at 9 o'clock. Typically, I take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. William, I don't recall if you told me what time today. William will usually keep this room open after I leave. Sometimes it's all the way to about 3:45. So I'm sure he's going to let me know soon. So again, this room is a lot more active than the YouTube room. Okay. Education. If you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas or you're thinking about it, 3:45-ish. Okay, so this room will be open till 3:45-ish. So if you're thinking about taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas or you already did do one, click on my homepage, go down to the education section, click on the more info, and series of videos, 12 short videos. Mandatory you do this if if you take out a subscription, and if you don't have a subscription but you're thinking about it, I would start off on that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you want to try us. You can always try us for a month. These monthly subscriptions are just month to month. You can cancel at any time. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos, 15 of them, if you are new to trading. So back to my homepage. You're at the top here. Scroll down a little bit more. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Now, if you're looking for scans, races, etc., the second section or the middle section, my custom scans. So here's a large cap race. Okay, right here. Upside versus downside movers right here. Here's another race I don't have up and running, but you can take a look at it. It's a lot more volatile. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Our halts resumes has been dominated by RDGT, been halted 22 times so far. I have a momentum scan you can take a look at. I have the Pepe combo scan. I am using this one right now, the gap scanner. I am using it. I do have it up and running on my other monitor. So you can ask me questions about the scans. You can ask me questions about virtually anything about trade ideas. I'll do my best to answer. If I can't answer, I'll direct you to somebody who can. If you have an accounting type question, though, I definitely cannot answer that, but I can direct you to the people who can. Okay? Well, who knows? Maybe RBNE will get close to that crazy $3 level. They said they were going to be buying shares, a million shares at $3. Maybe people are buying all their shares now so they can sell them. I don't know how that's working. Iran, Israel trade strikes amid U.S. claims of peace talks. Okay, that's from Bloomberg. Poe, you are a degenerate, as they say. Now, and that's in the gambling vernacular. Okay, not as a not as a person. Well, I mean, you really milked it well from that 50 cent up to mid 60s. That was a tremendous bounce for you percentage wise. So, take a look at our sectors now, guys. So XLE still on top, OIH. So the two energy sectors are still on top. Interesting. This is materials, dividends, semis. Semis are still pretty strong. I mean, relatively strong. Weakest sector, communications. Interesting. XLC, weakest sector. I don't see this FRPT. You guys are talking about it? FRPT, okay. Okay, guys, I'm muting myself just for a moment. All right, guys, I'm now back again. All right, guys, give me a moment again. My dog is making some noise back there, so just give me a moment, okay? Okay, guys, listen, it might be about 10 minutes or so, okay? Maybe less, but might be up to 10 minutes now that I'm gone. Uh, all right, guys, I'm back. Ooh, I was looking at this one, but I didn't like it because it was just over the whole number. Lens, L-E-N-Z. We got the alert around 1920. It did pop down through. So where could it go though? This is, God, it's a lifetime low. Let me see. Let's see if this takes out 9 again. Okay, I'm going to put a price alert around 895 for LENZ. 100,000 shares available for me to short at Interactive Brokers. So there's plenty of shorts available. Want to see if it. I just want to see if it takes out 9 again. Look at the volume that came in. All right, guys. Now listen, this SWRMR, it's starting to make a little bit of a move. SWMR trying to make a little bit of a move, little curl action now, turning blue. But again, it's so volatile. So uh, the high today was up here, and there was a high for. I have got a price alert here for some reason, also around 30, little over 36. Yeah, it's not. It's well, it's all about looking left, of course, and seeing the craziness that happened, what, 2 days ago, and then 3 days ago, and then 4 days ago. All right, Poe, where are you? You're in. Ooh, good for you. Good for you. Oh man, like you got to take 1 million shares or something to make any money on make on a 3 cent move. But anyway, RDGT, you're in at 14 and a half, halted here at 17. At least this says at least 17. Okay, it's not underneath. So let's hope when it comes out of its halt, which is the 24th of the day, 24th halt of the day. Not a record, not a record since we've had this halt resume scan. I think we saw one that was on, I can't remember what it was, but I think we had one in the 40s one day. Don't know what the record is. I'm sure we had one in the 40s, and it wasn't one of these low price stocks either. I mean, it wasn't $100 stock, obviously, but it wasn't one of these sub $1 stocks. I just can't remember what it was a few years ago. Well, you know what I'm going to do? Let's see if Gemini can tell me. Give me a moment.
For them already. The halt records you're recalling. You're correct that stocks can get into the 30s and 40s. While HKD is the famous one people talk about with over 20, there have been several under-the-radar low-float runners that have gone even
And here we go, guys. This is the one.
There is a documented case of ASNS, Actelis Networks, hitting over 40 halts in a single day back in 2024.
One I was thinking of, ASNS, got halted over 40 times. I actually thought it was longer than 2024. I don't know if that's the world. I don't know if that's the world record. ASNS. I'm sorry. I might have cut Gemini off, but it was ASNS. Not even sure it's still trading. But I do remember that one, and it is it's still trading. Yeah, you can see it was probably back in 2024, right here, probably that day right here, or that this is the month, I'm sure. Got up to I remember that got up to $50. Anyway, craziness. Keeping an eye on the RBNE guys to see if it pulls back a little bit further. You've been following CRCL quite a bit today, Barry, with a Y, right? I see it's just poking its head under under $100 now. Watching this RBNE, guys, maybe this is a bit of a base now. Maybe. The pullback. I mean, ask it to pull back all the way to the VWAP would probably be a little much. 154 million shares are traded. This is Cyprus, right? Yeah, Cyprus. And the market. So what is the market doing now? So we're still hanging around the VWAP area, underneath the VWAP, trying to get above the VWAP again. Market is now, it's negative. It was positive at one point when it was up here. I mean, the Dow is only down a little. All right, guys, RBNE is making a little bit of a move here. Oops. Okay, Paul, I'm sure you're right of it now. When I looked last, it was at 17. That was the bid ask before it opened. So you must be out of this thing now. I want you to go home and reflect on your trading today, okay? Hey guys, I'm good. I'm muting myself again. All right, guys. What time is it now? 1:37. So I probably only have about 20 minutes left, unless there's some questions that keep me past 2 o'clock. William, we'll keep the room open though, the main room open till 3:45. Well, you know what? You never know. What time is it now? We have 2.5 hours left. I mean, we only need another 15 halts. And with the price so low, it wouldn't take much to get halts. So we're at 25 now. We might hit the 40 level. Boy, this one was this one I think was an earnings play, SFD. I think, yeah, this was an earnings play and it looked pretty good. And now it's sliding away. Well, I mean, it's still up for the day, but it's sliding away now, SFD. This is now a gap up and reversal play. You might be right, Monica. Yeah, because it does, all it has to do is jump a couple of pennies, probably, and that'll halt it, you know, because it's on a percentage basis. Well, I'm sure people with Centerpoint or one of those short specialists, short brokerage short specialists, made a lot of money on the RDGT. So what are they trying to do? They're trying to crack down on the prediction betting sites. I thought I read that somewhere. Poly market? I don't know what you mean by that. Okay, well, we've just resumed the RDGT, so let's get another halt. Yeah, I have no idea about coin. All right, William. Well, here's this little area for RBNE. Well, took a loss on the lens, guys. I was looking at lens, LENZ. and I took a loss on that one. I was hoping it was an all-time low underneath 9. Popped over 9 again, so well, guys, listen, it's 1:46, so look, I might be taking off even earlier today. If I don't see any questions, I might just take off a little bit earlier even. Keeping an eye on RBNE, guys. See if this 2-level holds. Wow, black sky. Look at this one moving down. The next low looking left, very close. If it takes that out tomorrow or today, even 23.52. Oh, I'm surprised that little move to 16 cents didn't cause a halt for RDGT. All right, guys. Well, listen, it's 1:50 now. If I don't see any questions in the next couple of minutes, I think I'll just take off. In case I do, I just want to put my homepage into our YouTube room so you guys can head over to the main room if you want. Just click on my homepage link, and that room will still be open till 3:45. Okay. You just have to, this is only for people on YouTube. Just scroll down a bit, trading room. It's free. Okay. Open till 3:45 today and open at 6:45 in the morning. Eastern time, of course. For this RBNE, guys, though, it is hanging in here, That looks like maybe a little bottom here. Swing it. Poe, you know what? Why not? I mean, at 14 cents, what could it do? 0? I guess, but... Okay, guys, so I think I will take off now. Now, I may hang around still, so if I do see a question, I will pop back in. But I think I'm going to take off now. So thanks again for all the help all day long. YouTubers, I have to end the stream now. We'll see.